chat. How we all doing today? Let's see, Happy Wednesday, I do believe. Hope we're all doing well. Are we ready for shenanigans today? Nightshade with the hydrate already. Thank you. That is almost empty. It's fine. But yeah, we got Nightshade, Wolflink. Hello, you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are ready for shenanigans today. I was also real quick looking at I was adjusting some of our sound alerts. I took a couple off that don't get used maybe as much as some others. And I'm trying to add one more that was requested. Yep, that's the one. Probably actually make sure I have an amount set for it too. And immediately. Hi, Kitty, I see you. She doesn't do anything until I actually start to do things. Oh, hello, baby.
Whopper, Junior, double, triple, Whopper, flame grill taste with perfect toppers. I rule this.
I like that one. That one makes me happy. Why did it not actually add? Oh, it did add. It just added it differently. Small baby, now I can't see what I'm doing. I need to know if it worked, but there's a cat blocking my stuff. Didn't add to... Huh. You cannot have the plate that my bread was on. That is not for kitties. Hi, baby. She's so silly. Okay, but see, it added it to, like, an actual thing instead of... It didn't add it to my channel points, it added it to, like, an extension, I guess? Which is not what I was trying to do. Oh, sorry. What did I do? I don't know what I did. It's fine. Now it should be in the right spot, I hope. Oh my god, cat. Okay.
I'm in danger!
And of course it only costs one. Let's not have that. There we go. Now it should cost the correct amount. There you go, chat, as requested. Oh, goodbye. Silly baby. Okay. think everything should be squared away now, though, for us to continue our shenanigans. You know, in theory. How are we all doing today, though? Hope you guys are doing well. Halfway through the week. Okay. Last time, chat, we were up to some hefty shenanigans. We had tree sentinels and summons, but then not summons, and then suffering, but yeah. We did some crazy shenanigans to beat the tree sentinels in a way that was probably a lot harder than it needed to be. Oh, that's a bear. That's a lot of goats. I'm still being followed by a bear. That's fine. It's probably fine. Oh, there's more bears up here. Whoop. But yeah, we are finally finding some areas that we were able to explore that we hadn't been to yet. That's more bear. Zoom. No, thank you. If there's this many small bears, I am worried that there's a big bear somewhere. It doesn't seem to be a large bear anywhere. It looks like mostly small bears. Okay. Yeah, so far the DLC had a tendency that if where there was small bears, there was big bears, but this does not quite seem to be the case here. Oh, uh-oh. Well, this isn't good. Well, it doesn't seem to have taken the stream with it, which is good. What happened? My, game broke. This is a great start. Do we still exist, chat? Yes, we good. Okay, so just the game. I will hard close game. Bye, game. Yeah, no shit, the game's not responding. Thank you. I love how when you manually try to close something, all of a sudden it's like, but it's not responding, and I'm like, you didn't figure that out yourself? Oh, jeez. Off to a beautiful start. Great way to start a stream. Exactly what we're after. Okay, game is trying to open. Hi, why isn't the game actually showing up? The game's open again. What the heck? Game capture, Elden Ring. Hello. Where is game? Oh no, chat, I'm sorry. What's happening? Where's my game? I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure out where the game went. Why isn't it displaying the game anymore? Thank you! Oh, geez. This is not the shenanigans that I was after today. I was hoping for some very normal shenanigans. Not my computer shenaniganing me. Yeah, that was not the plan. Oh boy. Alright, we're leaving the Land of Bears. Land of Bears is bad. The bears can exist in their own time. Oof. Okay, so we could either go up to the right here, or we could go further down that way. What are we... Alright, let's do up to the right first, because there's not as much going on up here. And we're gonna be doing some more important stuff down below. Alright. Shaman Village. This is a lot of flowers. Minor ErdTree. Incantation. Interesting. Okay. You know, I partially expected this village to be like the one that has the dancing witch ladies in the base game. Instead, it's very empty. This building doesn't even have a door on it. Can it really be considered a building if it has no entry? Like, even if it's blocked off, these buildings should have doors. Oh, hello. Golden braid. Interesting. What does this fall under? The key item? It's a... The crafting item? Where? Can I sort by anything here? Aha! Okay, a braid of golden hair cut loose Queen America's offering to the grandmother boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There's no one left to answer, and America never returned home again. Home? Oh. Holy damage negation. Okay. Interesting. get back on Torrent here. Definitely wasn't expecting that, though. Tiny little ledge. Hey, Amaris! How's it going? It's a very interesting area that just doesn't have a lot in it, but like I feel like lore-wise that item's huge. But yeah, no enemies, no nothing, just a braid in a tree. Huh. I guess, and the minor ErdTree spell incantation that we got. It's just so, like, peaceful here. Everything else in the game is so murdery. The peacefulness is definitely off-putting. So I want to see that incantation that we got. Continuously heal allies in the area. Interesting. Amaris with the 7-stream streak. We're getting those streaks back ever so slowly, chat. We're recovering from the great power surge. Yippee! Blazing, how's it going, my dude? Alright, let's go ahead and head down. Okay. Ah, we've shimmied our way down into many a dragonfly. This is fine. Okay, we are now back in another horrible finger zone, slowly. Let's head up to this, like, crater up on the side here first. I didn't even notice all these dudes on the ground. Oh shit. I just rode right into the middle of these guys. That's fine, it's safe. Perfectly safe. Went to the big village. I went up here to the shaman village and I got the braid, if that's what you're referring to. Portals. This looks like where we normally end up fighting, like, falling star beasts. Oh, I still have my skeletons. Whoops. Oh well. This'll be fine. They'll be great at this. Oh! Damn, you took that out so quickly. Okay. Good, yes. Focus on me, not on the skeletons that are standing back up. Ow! It's fine. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh! Yep. I don't know how much bleed is doing for me here, but... I don't feel like this is doing very much for me, but... I beg to differ, I dodged that. Doing a little bit better for me, though. I'm really bad at dodging that rock one there. Whoops! Hello. Be fine here. Hi, why are you just menacingly walking towards me? What is happening? Okay, there we go. Just that slow walk. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. Gravitational missile. Love it. Very nice. Goodbye, Skelemans. You did wonderfully. I'm so proud of you. Skeletons are, like, up there as one of my favorites, just simply because they stand back up. They might die quickly, but they stand back up quick enough to make all the difference. Ugh, hand spiders. Don't love hand spiders. Ugh. Gotta make our way down here, though. Finish up the quest for the creepy church dude. Okay. Hand spiders. Horrible dudes. We need to get here. I know I kind of have to follow more of an outer path. I can't really, I don't think I can straight line it. Oh, maybe I can straight line it. Okay. I am so fucking far away from these little shits, and yet... trying to take a path where their stupid nonsense can't hit me. I've dealt with these guys enough before, and the way they attack is so unbelievably annoying. That I just refuse to deal with it. Just let me down here. Let me do the thing. Oh. I let my guard down on this one though. I'm scared. Okay, it was literally nothing. Just finished up an Alliance Day Lane 14, leveling your Bard. Nice. Bard was one of the ones I started leveling for a little bit there. Okay, is there anything else down here for me to... It's such a big area. I hate to think that there's, like, nothing else here. There wasn't really much else in the other one either, though. This was kind of just what was here. Oh, can I not go behind this one? Sad. Why are there so many of them clustered? Oh yeah, because I definitely left the ruins and would need you to tell me again that I am here. Okay, yeah, I guess I cannot go behind. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, fall back. There we go. I guess I can just teleport out. I feel like I've got to be missing something else over here, though. I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like there's anything else to do. Oh, what's this little... Is this lower section here something? Or... We've got those things that I don't. That's a lot of fog. We've got these things. I don't like these things. These things make me uncomfortable. They freak anybody else out a little bit. Hey, Rabbit! How you doing? Huh. Okay. Is this over here if there's nothing here? Oh, it's very hard to see. And the bloom of my lantern is super not helping. No way that there's nothing here. Really? Just, like, nothing? Okay. I'm a little confused because there's just like nothing over here. A bunch of people probably telling you to jump off a cliff. That's the edge of the world. There's nothing down there. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I expected there to be more over here. There's not a site of grace on this whole stretch of... Seriously? That can't be right. That can't be right. That's such a huge chunk of world for there to be no site of grace anywhere. Something just fell through the world and took damage. Playing 3 games at once currently? Oh, jeez. Cave? Where? Where cave? What direction is ahead? At least do the thing that lets you point. That is so many hand crabs. Oh god. Wait, is cave just fall into hole? Is that... Uh-oh. Whoop! Whoop! The only one I didn't get was the one in the middle. Okay. Stop that, stop that. That's too far away. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Stab. Okay. I don't think this is... This person looks like they died just by falling in. Yeah? Yeah. Now, you could probably land on that side piece there and be okay. It's awfully far. Please be okay. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be not good, because I don't have very much stuff. Okay. I'm scared of giant hand monster. Oh, it's so fucking big. Why? No, 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 no. Ow, 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 ow. No, 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 no. Oh, God. Fire. Oh, God, fire doesn't help with this one. I will put fire stuff on for this now. Oh, I lost so many runes. Oh god, I have to get those back. It's so far away. I need to. There has to be a site of grace closer than this. Okay, let's put a better fire thing on. Okay. No, I figured I had to have passed something somewhere. The path I took down wasn't exactly convenient. Because first and foremost, I didn't come across the bridge. Okay. Half problem solved. Lads. Ah, there we are. I got close to this one, but yeah, I cut in a little bit. There we go. Oh god, please don't. I really hope I can de-aggro these. Woo, hi! Before I get into cave. Okay. Well, that didn't do nearly as much as my sword alone did. You, but not the one directly in front of me. Oh my god. No. Okay. Oh, lovely. Oh my god, it's literally, it's proccing and then not doing anything. Fucking the fire literally happens and then he just doesn't take damage. Also, the dragon fire breath did nothing. This is so stupid. Torrent, would you like to? Thank you. Oh my god. Put on fire breath because these shits are normally weak to fire and then it just doesn't do any damage. Like, it wasn't hardly doing anything to these little ones either. It's like they're not even, like, stopping and rolling like they normally would when they're on fire. Next time, maybe I'll try a different fire ability and see if I can get better results than this. Oh, see, now they fucking... Seriously? Oh my god, just... stop. Just go away. Rude. Absolutely rude. There, go away. You awful hand spider, I hate you. So creepy. The design is just horrifying. Is there a different way to get... No, not really. Okay. I was about to be so upset. I was like, was there a different way to get here? Okay, and then this spits out. That's what this little section's for. Okay, that makes more sense. Hopefully now I've found all of the things. I'm assuming that was probably the cave that it was telling me, that they were telling me about. Okay, we did the thing though, so let's go... Let's go back here. I'm still scared that this area is full of blood and combat. You know, since it's a non-aggression zone. Hello.
Hello there. sound colored by your essence? Simply
Palpatine-ass
exhilarating, I
dude.
must say. The stars are dark tonight. But rest assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this portends a magnificent starry cascade. Now, take this, my final gift to you. May you join the glimmering stars above.
Ruins map 3rd. App told ruins received. 3rd. Air. Have I not been over here? Oh no, that's part of Castle's shit. No, I haven't been there. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, where the fuck on this map is there a 3rd one? Alright, I guess we will look at our... Alright, no, go back to the order that I acquired these in. Am I looking in the wrong? Hold on. Okay, this is where it should. Oh, I still haven't done anything with the paintings either. Okay, here's the fucking map, jeez. Okay, indicates a 3rd and final hallowed ruin distinct from those shown on the first 2 maps. You join the glimmering stars above. This is... here? No. Yes? No. My sense of recognizing locations is not great. It looks very similar to where we already are. But it is different. It's gotta be something that I can't see. That or I'm a potato. I'm probably just a potato. which is, like, fine, but distinctly unhelpful. Just mark that so I don't forget. I don't know if I've been there or not. I think I have. No, I've been there. Let me look at that picture again. So we see a very distinctly shaped building. It's clearly on cliffs, and there looks like there's a sort of, like, bridge-like structure nearby it on the bottom section there. No, that is here, because that bridge-like section is just this. Bridge, circle, bridge. Okay, it's just a drawing of this place. I was right the first time. I'm scared again.
Oh, yes. I believe I can feel it brewing.
Maybe don't.
This evening is a sign of a greater night to come.
Okay, I should need to make it nighttime, don't I?
Do you recall what I said? That Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start?
Uh-huh.
Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
Uh-huh. Bleeding microcosm. Conjures a microcosm that pulses with a single wave, disappearing in a burst. I have a feeling that I need to just buy all this shit now. Okay. Most of this, I think I have at least a version of, so...
Join the glimmering stars above.
Uh-huh. This place is about to get very not good. Let's talk to you while we still can.
I told you once, I've no interest in companionship, but I must admit, Count Ymir did seem very pleased. Perhaps an exception is in order.
That'd be nice.
Ymir is a shining star, in our eyes. The only star upon the black canvas of the night. Our meeting with the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know that we cannot reach out to touch it, but we can peer up at its brilliance and heed its guidance. We will never again lose our way in the night.
I have a feeling you're gonna be very lost
Far too
soon.
freely. Pay me no mind. Let us focus on our shared purpose, our service to Count Ymir. Now, be on your way. Now, be...
Okay. If I do this now, is this gonna fuck up her helping me later? Probably. Yes? Fuck. How many did I need? 2. 40, I need 3 something? 31, so I need to go up... 70-ish? I can do math. wasn't done using. Okay. That should be enough. Welcome back from the ads. Okay, so I need to not do this now, but instead go fight... I guess we have to just go fight, what's his ass? I don't think there's anything else to, like, super go do. Right? Is there anything in this back section that I couldn't get to? I don't think I could get back behind this building. I think it just kind of stopped there. I think I only checked one side though, so I will double check over here. Board. Shiny board. Okay, but yeah, no, it just kind of dead ends. So I don't think there's anything behind the building if I can't even get back there. Alright, yeah, I guess that's it. I guess now we just have to start going after... What's his face, huh? Can I even summon her? Is her summon... Please tell me her summon's not in the room. Have I gone too far? Will she not help me? Well... Oh, that's suddenly a lot of blood appeared. Heck. I might be in trouble if I did it wrong. Oh well. Okay, let's adjust. I haven't learned a ton about this dude, but I did accidentally learn some of his weaknesses. I don't really think I have anything I can use for his weaknesses, though. I mean, I guess I kind of do. It's anything that I have that does holy damage. There's not a lot. Most of the spells that are holy are healing related. How much do I need for this one? 70. Oh my god. Too bad there's not a holy dragon. There's golden breath. Is golden breath holy damage? Ba-ba-ba. Alright, let's just start simple here, I guess. Super sucks that there is not a summon sign out here. There's one inside that also kind of sucks because the ones that are inside rooms are harder to use. Fuck, there it is. Yep. Okay, yeah, that's not doing shit to you. Oh my god, it's making so many of them, though. Did she not summon in? Yo, he's here too. I didn't totally fuck myself up. She didn't show up, though. Maybe I don't think I properly finished using her thing, so... You just heal. I think he healed. That's awful. Honestly, I don't care which of them helps me, Horn Center or the Black Knight chick.
I will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
Suffer. I've only watched this cutscene once, so we're gonna watch it again. It's been a hot minute.
Forgive me.
Not the eyeballs. Nope, leave it there. Don't do it. Don't do it. My guy. Unnecessary. Eyes also shouldn't do that. Chat, if your eye shatters, maybe seek help. Also, don't do anything to actually find out if your eye shatters. Don't do that.
Soon tarnished.
Snick man.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws
Yeah.
of the abyssal serpent?
And The little snakes in his eyeball. Eh. Uh-oh. Shit. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Aw, damn.
Embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
Well, we still had the horn scent. Forsook his iris of grace to go all out, like Godfrey and his lion. Okay, we need to change. The skeletons are lovely and all, but they're just not for this fight. This is not their fight. My lovely, lovely babies. He does too much area damage. Okay, the horn scent was doing fine, though. However, this wasn't doing anything, even a little bit. Bam. Damn. Shit. I like having the horn sense help. That didn't work, though. Okay, well, we're summoning the other one. That also did, like, nothing. It barely even reaches. Whoops! Hello. Fuck. Heard that this fight was balanced health-wise since it is a very crazy fight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard that it got basically made a little easier. Just do it again, just do it again, just... Fuck, I'm dead.
Lightless creature.
We got so close.
Thine oblivion.
I got too eager at that stagger that I heard. Oh, not easier? I thought someone had said that they made this one a little easier. Okay. We're doing better with just the dragon breath than trying to use other stuff. Fucking none of this holy damage stuff's even remotely. What type of damage does this do? Lightning and fire. Okay, not helpful. as well try some of these other things, but I think we're gonna end up just doing the ice breath and nothing else. I'm also not worried about my runes that we lost because I'm like I barely had any on me. That's not what I wanted to do. Super was not the button I pushed, but thanks anyways, game. Fucking...
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Goodbye. Somehow not dead. White Wolf, how's it going, my dude? Yeah, I guess I could have done the other church stuff, since I didn't fuck up with the horn scent yet. I thought I had, but I haven't yet. Not yet. Not quite.
Our Lord, devoid of light.
Oh, that's right. Wait, because I didn't do the stuff on the bridge. That's probably gonna fuck that up. This is probably gonna make that go away entirely.
No, Mother.
Oh well.
Forgive.
Woo! Hello! Uh-oh. Yep. Roll away, roll away, roll away. Ooh, let's go!
America. A curse upon thee.
Blessed Vesper, my clan's suffering, their pain, all that they felt. Do you understand now? Your ugliness. Ah!
Remembrance of the Impaler and Mesmer's kindling. Dude just fucking screamed. Let's go, though. Absolutely awesome. Also, it was enough for a whole ass level up. Cool. Cool. Okay. I am curious. Mesmer actually knows what's up with America. Oh yeah, Mesmer is big fuck you energy to everything she's been doing. I want to go back. Where do I want? Where is the... Here. Go here. I'm pretty sure this is probably going to mean that the, that the options up here are probably gone now since I did that. I forgot that those were a thing. I was gonna come back for them. And then just super forgot. Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. Is what it is. You don't have those summon signs and you haven't beaten him? Huh. Interesting. Question is where did he go now? Oh. They're just both over here.
We meet again, I see, comrade in arms.
Look at us go.
Upon his end, did you see Mesmer's face? 'Twas sublime. A very tangle of snakes. To think he dared call us savages, when he himself was most base of all. To say the least, I am to you indebted, yet unquenched remains my thirst for revenge. The death of Mesmer was merely the start. Now comes the piper to collect from America, her offspring, and all the ErdTree's denizens, in vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield, if Miquella's redemption soothes the ache that throbs within, demanding blessed vengeance, and I wish not to be by him redeemed.
That sounds not great.
If Miquella's redemption, and I wish...
Ah, there you are.
Hi.
I've made up my mind.
Uh-huh.
The Hornsent is no longer a mortal danger.
Ah.
With his grudge against Sir Messner settled, his blade is bent by madness. Wherever he goes, he won't last long. I needn't bother with him.
I don't know about that.
Only lead to misfortune. All the more reason we need someone like Miquella the Kind.
I think he's still a problem, but alright.
I know I shouldn't let myself, but I suppose it's only natural to feel the weight of one's deeds at times like these. There's plenty left to be done, and I will see to it. Who else, I wonder? I don't enjoy casting suspicion on anyone I've called a comrade, but it's a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. We must eradicate all doubt. Who else? I don't enjoy, but it's a small...
Okay, I can't actually cast suspicion on the other dude anymore. Okay, that's fine though. Okay. Their quest line is done-ish. Hey, good luck with that midterm essay. So I guess now we will go make it nighttime in the scary place of doom and uh-ohs. So you don't have those summon signs? Which, you don't have the ones in the room, or the ones that I was looking for outside? What time is it? Ah, you don't have the ones outside. Okay. Yeah, mostly all you had to do was her questline stuff, and then they appear. Alright, I'm scared. He's gone. Is there a button on the front of that? Oh, she's not gonna like that I'm touching things. Well. Hey, I'm touching things.
No. Beyond.
Alright. Alright, secret tunnel time. Whee! Hey, Sky. So I did just go fight. You missed me fighting Mesmer. Oh boy. Where did that say I was? I didn't... We're in danger. This is fine. Oh, you're fighting something. Oh, well. Ow! Ow! You do bleed! Stop that! Stop that! Okay, problem solved. This is why you guys said not to do the thing until I'd already fought him. But I didn't actually use her in the fight. I hadn't done the stuff with the horned scent dude yet, so I just used him in there instead. Oh, it's not the same person. Oh, well, I pay attention. Ooh, hey, look, stuff. I love stuff. Yoink. Cookbook. Who's ready to make food? It's probably not what's in this cookbook, but you know. Alright, this'll be fine. Oh, yeah, there's only... Okay. Yep. Perfectly safe. Just gonna... Yep. Ew! 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 What the fuck? It's so gross looking. Mother of fingers. I hate everything about this. Uh-oh. Ew. 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 Ew, 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 ew. Oh, fuck. Whoop! Oh, I didn't expect it to turn towards me. It wasn't even looking at me. I hate everything about this. That's so gross. Remember all those conversations with Mir about mothers being the problem? Yeah, nope, they're the problem. I don't like them. Not these ones. These are awful. That's so creepy. absolutely horrendous. I want my... Okay, fuck you. Yeah, I got the spider summon. Ew, ew, ew. Ew, don't do that. Fuck you. That's so hard to dodge. Really hate the big bosses that move like a fly in the house. Yeah, they're way too fast. Take you back to the Spy Kids 3 days. Weren't the Finger People Spy Kids 1? Wasn't it the first movie? Oh my gosh, we are not doing a lot of damage to this one. This boss harder than Mesmer, question mark? Oh, creepy. Oh god! You weren't looking at me, but you jumped at me! Jeez, fuck. Oh my god. Not whatever this is! No! No! Don't do that! Don't do that! Oh, that's that ability that the dude we bought from the dude recently. What in the flying fucking saucer? Jesus Christ. Oh god. Oh fuck. Holy shit! What the fuck is this boss? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What is this? I need to go back to the site of grace because these abilities aren't cutting it. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck, I don't even know what to use. I guess I could go back to trying to use one of the mists. I would have to... No, I'd have to put on a staff to do that. I used this mist so much before because if they would just sit in it... Why not? I'll put a fucking staff on for it. We're just gonna try some shit and see what does the damage that we're looking for, you know? Sure. I shouldn't use that on you, that's crazy. Yeah, that ability is pretty, Oh, she's gone. That's, reassuring. Whee! I've got way more abilities equipped at the moment than I would like to have equipped, but we gotta try some things and see what we can figure out here. I should have put on some other actual sorceries too, since I already put one on. Oh well, it's not that long of a run in here. It could be a lot worse. You learn how to put your hair in a bun. There's so many bun options. My hair's too short. I can get small buns. Nah, buns are great for just having your hair quickly up out of your face. There's the messy buns, there's like, the donut buns. I don't think I'm super worried about my rooms at this point. Uh-oh. Yep. Oh, hello. Shit. Okay, I wasn't expecting you to sweep that over at me. Crap. snap! I tried to roll back the other way. What was that it was summoning? What was that it was summoning? Oh, okay. The fire was doing okay against it. The mist wasn't doing anything. I didn't feel like the rot was... Rot was doing a little, but not as much as I would have liked. Wait, you think the boss is bugged? What? Is it not supposed to be doing the things it's doing? Everything it's doing seems fine to me, it just sucks ass. I want to sort... Oh, hold on. I can sort by sorceries. Here we go. I don't really have a lot in the way of fire. I only have magma. That last attack after you died should have been on the ground with you. Well, sucks to be me sometimes. I could try using her own bullshit against her, see if that does damage. Part of me also just wants to shoot a whole bunch of arcs at her. We're just gonna try some random things, it's fine. There's a fireball. Rain's fire. Sure, good enough. Time to bring out Rot Dog. If only, if only. I came very close, I think, to falling in the hole instead of descending properly. Full Rot Dog playthrough. Maybe someday, but today is not that day. God, I'm just imagining trying to rush Rot Dog's location in Caelid. Oh god. I will say, I got Rot Dog pretty early on. I didn't even beat frickin'... I don't think I beat Margit until I got Rot Dog. We need Egon as a summon. That would be pretty funny. Damn. gosh darn you! Okay. The arc also didn't do much, but eh. I wanted something that I could try to do a little bit continuously. And also just going back and trying spells that I either haven't used in a long time or have never used in some cases. You get so stuck in certain builds that you just don't try things anymore, you know? Not the stupid sideways spider crawl, you piece of garbage. Uh-oh. Please don't. Oh god! Why would you come this way? You weren't looking at me. Stop that. Ow. Crap. Just that dude spinning. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna have to go down to just the Dragon Fire Breath. It's the only thing that's really doing much of anything. Because, yeah, I just feel like everything else is not so much. Not so much. Which also means... Let's take that off. That off. I'm not using... I don't want to do this. When you fought her, you had Bale's Talon. It was finger versus finger. Oh god. God, I wouldn't even know what type of fucking damage she's doing. Yeah, but she's also just slamming her whole ass body into us, so it's not like just magic, it's also physical shit. This is true blazing. You could just use the finger hammer. I have that, I think. Creeps me out. It's very creepy. Maybe she won't attack her own brood. I doubt it. I don't think we should be so lucky. She does magic and holy? What is she doing that's holy? I mean, I guess I could put the fucking braid on, but Did I even get my runes back last time? Are these empty? These are not empty. Shit. Ow! This fight sucks. This is so much worse than Mesmer was. Mesmer was a fucking cakewalk. To be fair, Horn Scent probably did most of the work, but that's besides the point. Wow. Oops, let's not forget to do a thing. God, this is just the creepiest fucking boss they've done. Oh, it can look all the way behind it. Ew. Oh, I didn't like that. Yeah, I saw that was not in the safe space there. God, the Mimic is dying so quickly. Fuck. Oh my god. How do you dodge this? This is one of the fights in the game that's not fun. Not doing any damage. I just don't think the damage negation's gonna do much of anything. Oh, I was like, I don't recognize this one. I might go get my other stuff and put the blood loss stuff back on and try that. I don't know if physical's gonna do much for us, but eh. Oh boy. You want to reason with the bosses? Yeah, you don't really get to do much of that. Those runes are very far in there. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. God damn it. How are you supposed to dodge any of this? I just don't understand. Fuck. Fight's rude! You only say that because once you actually learn the lore that the game doesn't explicitly tell you, it's like, man, I wish we could talk some things out instead of going straight to fighting. Yeah, well, they started it. They started it. This is not my fault. Crazy Finger Lady came at me first. All I did was show up. And I don't think skeletons will survive in here, so I just have to just figure this bullshit out. I love how you're sitting there saying you haven't seen some of these moves, like, at all, and I've meanwhile had them happen every time. Fuck you. Where the fuck are my runes? Did I grab them already? No, I didn't. Where? Oh my god, why are they so far away? Because I died on the fucking map border, that's why. Fuck you. I'm so over this fight. I've done like 0 damage to her so far. Goodbye. This fight sucks. Like, damn, I think I was making better progress with Millennia. Biggest issue is that largely none of these fights I've been soloing, so to have to come to ones that force you to solo them, super rough. They give you so many options to summon NPCs, and then the ones that you don't get that option is just like, eee. I think that's the first time I've successfully dodged that one. Stay here. Whoops, hello. Thank you. Fuck. Crap. Oh boy. God damn it. Can I just run? Not when it's up against the wall, I can't. Oh god. Oh my god. I might have to learn how to fight her up close instead of trying to do it from a distance. I don't love this option, but... I don't think I've hardly watched any lore videos on this game. Let's give this a go. That was just my stupid inability to dodge. It's gonna be a rough couple ones here as I'm switching up my tactic entirely. It's not going to feel great. couple other incantations I could try as well that might feel a little bit better than what we were using, but largely I just don't think those are super an option. Get the fuck back here. I didn't hit any of them. Fuck you, game. Sword is definitely not... Double sword is not going great for me. Let me put back on a couple of my other incantations that generally actually help in any way. Let's put some of this shit back on too. Then... Actually, I could leave on this at that point. But I'm still going to put on my other stuff. You and... Okay. Let's see if we can figure anything out here. We've got the usual combo back on. We're gonna go back to what we know kind of works. See what we can figure out. If we can get off bleed, that'll increase our damage, which will be pretty helpful in the long run, really. Okay. Boop. I think I'm also just gonna forego the runes I had. I only had 100,000. And we're just gonna say Ripperoonie runes so that I can actually focus and not be worried about picking them up. Fuck. Oh shit, there's little guys on me. Yeah, when I realized I didn't have my bleed stuff on, I was like, this is probably part of the problem. We definitely did better that time. We had a few stupid issues there, but it's fine. Bleed is pretty much every fucking thing in this game's weakness. It's usually just a matter of if you can actually get the stupid thing to do the thing. Get hit there. Yep. That was not worth it. You little fucking piece of... God damn it. Fuck off. We're already fucked at this point. Hate this boss. Hate it. Okay, what I am gonna do, though... I think this is the only sword you get. use it as if it was the only weapon you had at all, but I don't want to actually go through the effort to make that the case. Cool. Gosh! Fuck! So annoying! Yeah, I was trying to get Frost and stuff off on her. It just didn't feel like it was doing anything. Which I know probably isn't the case, it just... Ugh. Mimic stayed alive for longer this time, though. it was taking it the other way too. God damn it. I hit the fucking border wall. Rude. Yeah, we haven't struggled with a fight this much in a little bit. I don't think this armor's doing us any favors, though. I don't know. I know the timing on that dodge has to be right before the white appears, but it's just not braining with the hands and the hand-eye coordination and the bullshit. We're gonna take a quick break here, chat. We've been going for 2.5 hours and this fight's driving me up the wall. So, we're gonna get up, we're gonna stretch, we're gonna get some food and water. All of those things to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves, and we'll be right back with this absolute nonsense. Okay, chat, I'm back. I was waiting for food to be ready. I did that thing where I took my break and was watching dinner be in the process of being made, and I was like, well, I can't go back now. Now I have to wait for it to be done. So if I don't wait for it to be done, then I have to get back up and go get dinner at some point. So I just waited, and we just had a really long break. It's hot dogs and mac and cheese, chat. Make sure you eat your vegetables too. You're having peace. And I got more water. But it was a good long break. Cleared my brain a little bit. Not really. And we're back to, suffer. Yep, that's what we're doing, right? That is 100% what we're doing. Let's see if giving my brain a break does anything for our ability to play a video game. Probably not, but it's fine. Alright. Let's go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I beg to differ, game. Fuck you. Die. Holy shit, let's go! Ugh. Okay, the little ones are gone too. I was like, where's the little ones? All I needed was a hot dog. All I needed was mac and cheese. Mac and cheese fixes everything. Remembrance of the mother fingers. Fuck the mother fingers. Oh my god. Absolutely horrendous. Hated that. Give me these. There's nothing in here, but I want to pick it up. It feels better that way. Oh, jeez, chat. That fight was an absolute menace to society. I was getting so scared there at the end. I was getting a bit too desperate. Which is usually where things start falling apart. You could see me just start wildly swinging in hopes. I was just like, please, 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 please. Okay, let's get back to our regularly scheduled sword here, though. There we go. Whew. Absolutely nuts. Okay, we have fire. I also want to teleport back outside here. Soul Rivers of Blood as well, swinging, hoping the boss dies. Pretty much. I can level. I should do that before I lose my runes to some other bullshit. Can't see it, but I was being stared down by a cat. I think she's going to try to... Oh, nope. She's gonna go lay on the bed. I thought she was about to try to get on the bed, on the desk again while I have food here. I was like, do not. Don't you do it. Okay, so we can see there's clearly violence happening in the room ahead at some point here. We've now killed the lady. Yeah, it didn't immediately turn into a zone of no fighting. I still want to know why everyone's died in this room. Oh, the chair's closed again. Why? Just watching that ghost go down into the... Why did the chair reclose? What have people been fighting in here? I've seen it the whole time. There's bloodstains everywhere. I don't know what they're fighting. Keep feeling like I'm missing something. Do morning. We'll make it night again after I check it in the daytime. I could interact with the chair again. It's the only thing that's different. The pathway with the chair closed again. It's our chair now. Pretty much, huh? I thought that at some point something would attack me in here.
What have you done? You've wounded Count.
Oh, hi!
Ymir
You
most
came in
irreparably,
very quick!
such that he wishes for your death, and I must attend to the Count's concerns.
Not fast enough. Not fast enough. Oh, and it didn't fucking do it for some reason that time. God damn it.
Why did you
Thank you,
trust
game.
Ymir?
I love when it just takes the sword and just holds it there, and it's like, I pushed the button. I would like you to actually do the stabby stab thing with it, but okay. It's like, I guess you could just hold it. But yeah, damn, she comes in hot behind you there.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Ymir most irreparably. And I must attend to the Count's concerns. My dear star, a fine mother, you will be.
No.
My shining star, grant me a mother's strength.
Oh, maybe don't.
Here, at my fingers, I will be the true mother, and I will be the only mother.
Ew. Okay, well. Ew, don't spit out. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nope, nope, nope. No, 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 no. You're so far away, dude. Like, stop being so far away. he's just gonna hang out in a back corner, like, have a nice day back there. My guy, I repeat, don't do that. It's gross. It's fucking nasty as shit. Oh, are you behind the... Sir, can you... You put yourself in a spot that's easier for me to hit you without you being able to hit me. Hey, Mir's bell bearing. The maternal staff, I don't want it. High priest hat, robes, gloves, and undergarments. We took his underwear. My chair. I'll have this open if I want it open. Yeah, he was a little annoying, but once he put himself back in the back hall there, I was able to just hit him around the corner with Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath kind of bounces off walls a little bit and fills space, so he couldn't hit me, but I could certainly hit him. You know, for all of his posturing that mothers are the issue, and then he just goes and becomes what? Oh no.
Count Emir, the stars, the sky. I see them not.
Oh. Punishment, saving. Punishment, saving. I like you. It's not your fault.
Oh, it blinds, as if our night simply never was.
Woohoo! Sword Hand of Night. Actually, she might have liked the Only Darkness one. Oh well. It's fine. I'll play this again and I'll give both of them the other one and see what happens at some point. Okay, so that's that done now. I think that pretty well wraps up that area and quest line. So... did I go into the tower near here? This one? It's not done. Okay. I'm pretty sure I went into the tower near here. You're talking about this thing, right? I don't remember what was in here. I don't think I cared when I found it. But yeah, I opened it up and... Yeah. So did I miss something then, or was... I don't remember what was in this. Whee! There's another room? Oh. Okay. Make noises at me. Didn't see a way down from up there, but that doesn't mean anything. That's where I'm wanting to... I saw the ledge up here, I just didn't see a way to really get down it safely. Okay. Oh, bird noises. You open? Open! No, okay. Okay, you're clearly boarded up. The rest of these buildings didn't have doors. Okay, so this is where we found the thingy. Okay, there's the way down. Or at least the start of a way down. There we go, yeah. Okay. We've got a lot more way down to go, though. What? Carefully. Feel like I should not be on torrent at a certain point. Carefully, torrent. Okay. Yeah, for this one, I'm gonna hop off. There we go. Oh. Hi, you doing okay over there? Oh, examine puppet. Usher Anna into Sword and of Night. Dolan's Spirit Ashes. Anna. Sure. Oh. Anna's who attacked me in the hole? Okay. That's the one that we fought before? Gotcha, yeah. Oh, no! No! Ugh. I don't like that you can put her back! That seems very sad. Maybe another dual summon. Nice. If I had come here before I fought her in the basement, would she have still been fucked up? Yeah, okay. Makes me feel a little bit better. Okay. Now am I done? Cold. Yep, okay. No? My god, this game sometimes, I swear. There is a tiny little thing. Ew. That's the bullshit he was using. Okay. Now are we done? Now can I go do other things? Kept going out there thinking something was gonna be out there. It finally paid off. I did it for a while. I kept going out there for a while. And then my brain just gave up. Now I can do other thingies. Cool. Okay. So, we fought what's-his-ass. We have fire. Now I have to remember where the fuck anything else is. Where did I go? Trying to remember the fucking layout of anything. The brain simply is not braining. This is where I was trying to... I wanted to come here. Run! No! Can I do thing? Ah! Burn! We just love setting trees on fire in this game, don't we? Cool. No more shadow for you. Why don't you come step into the light? Dope. We're getting close here. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff that we've missed, like 100%, but like, that's okay. Uh-oh. Game said yoink. Hello. Oh. Not where I expected to. Yeah, I can't teleport anywhere. Okay. This is fine. Nope, no door. This is very safe, for sure. Yeah, not dangerous whatsoever. Except for when I see ghosts dodging things. Very much gives Farum Azula vibes. A near limb. Cool. Dude just came fucking running down the... Okay. Oh, fuck. Shit. Faster, 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 faster. Okay, we're... Ooh, hello. Okay. Anywho. This is a very tall tower, long climb. Music's stressing me out. Yeah, this is gonna be a huge... Oh. Jumping over all of this feels like cheating. Oh, nope, there were stairs just around the corner. It's fine. I'm just impatient. Whoa. Breeze looks so good. Sand falling. Perish. Don't trust the trees. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine. corn? Knock that off. Ow, shit. Nope, 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 nope. This area is so cool. All of the trees just are very interesting. You're gonna suck. I want to. I will at some point. Right now is probably not the time to. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Ow! Faster, 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 faster. Ow. Okay. Ow! I wasn't ready for him to have lightning. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's that area. You blinked and missed, yeah, for sure. That's, I died a very painful death. Oh, geez, you crossed the gap that time. Nope. Nope. Perfect. Interesting. Stop that. Okay. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. Hello. Oh. This is sketchy at best. Ooh, Spira. Cool. Okay, this is just back to here. Which is fine. No, this is where we start? No, where am I? Shit, fuck, god You little... No more of that. Okay. Now I'm back to where we were. Now I have to deal with the fucking asshole. That's not the button I wanted. That's what I wanted. You know, I'm just gonna use this here too. We're far enough from any semblance of a boss. Okay. Now. Ow! Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Shit. Oh my god. I'd say please let that be the only one of these, but that's not going to be the only one of those. And sometimes, chat, you just have to do a tactical retreat. It's okay. I think that tree we landed on went multiple directions, though, and I'm wondering if I should... Fuck, fuck, shit, fuck. Okay, there's a lad up there. I don't like him. Don't like him. That was Spira? Fuck Spira. Okay. Probably not that direction. This direction, on the other hand. Fuck. I'm so lucky. You ain't never seen someone so fucking lucky. Absolutely ridiculous. I thought for sure that I was dead. Fuck. God damn piece of... Perish! Okay. Give me that. I'm so scared. I did not mean to end up down here. This is just right back to... Okay, that's fine. It's a good thing I accidentally ended up down there. Let's try this again and not fall off the tree. Does this just loop? This just loops. Aw, sad. Okay. Alright, now to deal with that fucker up there. Knock that off. Okay. I'm glad that guy didn't, like, move or anything, because, like... Alright, you little... Fuck. There you are. I was like, what am I... Where is he? That sucks. Please tell me Lightning Guy's not back. I know it's wishful thinking. Don't actually tell me. Okay, that door looked like a pretty big deal up there. I'm very concerned. Bam. Problem solved. Neat. Perish. Okay. Big scary guy. No, I don't want to fight him again. He sucks. Chat, no. Mm. Fuck. Please stop, please stop. God damn it. Okay, we lost all of our runes. I'm gonna go a different direction now. We'll come back to that bullshit. Okay. Checking out other things. you know, not, because this is a dead end. Cool. That dude just booking it up the stairs. I thought he somehow saw me. Okay, he just runs like that. That's just what he does. This is where we've been going. Okay, I was like, what's this roof path? It's not. Okay, that's fine. Let me guess, this is also a dead end? Oh no, it's an elevator. Does it work? Down. Ooh, I don't like down. Never mind, I don't want to be here. Okay, this is fine. Hey, I can teleport again. Does this connect to where I think it connects to? Yeah, big long staircase down to where we fought the lion. Okay. You know, I never did figure out... I never did figure out the paintings. Hmm. So that's a view of... just a view of this bridge. Because yeah, I have two paintings that I realized I never actually did the thing for. Either of those. There's a number of bridges that could be. That bridge isn't nearly on fire enough. More importantly, it doesn't have the right architecture in the background from this side, at least. Because, yeah, I never did any of the paintings that we found. Okay. This side of it has this thing, though. Oh, is he on the other side of the... Is he down there somewhere? Because that's what's in the view of the stuff and things and the whatnots. Very coherent sentence, I know. Because, yeah, those are the things that are in the picture. Not quite. It's not the same bridge, is it? No, it's not. Land bridge. Let's say I hear very dangerous noises near me, but it's just that guy. Probably also one. I know that the other one's gotta be in, like, the dragon area. I just don't know where either. So many things that I just never did! It's a pretty clear view of the tree. Actually, it looks further away than... Suppose it could be up here somewhere. Y'all had asked me a while back if I had done the stuff with the paintings. I never went back to try to figure out what the deal with that was. Give vague hints only when asked. Okay. Very scary up here. Ow. Yeah, everything's just like too obstructed up here for it. We're on like the wrong side of the mountain for a view of the tree. Like that it looks like I could stand over there, because 100% if I eat myself off this cliff, I'm dead. There's no shot it lets me angle that far off this ledge. Fall down. only mildly sketchy up here, you know. No! Well. That's unfortunate. It's fine. It's close enough. Yep. Haha. I'm not stuck. It's fine. Sometimes you just have to do shenanigans. I'm great at shenanigans. Shenanigans are what I do best. Okay, let's over here. Did I get to bail him out and I teleported? Yep, I spent all of 2 seconds on the bridge painting and then moved on with my life. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the views for the paintings are. The tree's at least at the right angle over here. Like, it's definitely not as clear, but it's at the right angle. I feel like the trees are in the way here. So it could theoretically be anywhere along this, I guess. I don't super want to head down. Feels like it's up here somewhere. Oh, maybe that's the giant rock from it. See, but now I'm like too low down in the trees and stuff. Up high, there were no trees in the way. And see, now I feel like I'm too low for the other architecture. Well, at least I got a cookbook I didn't have before. Been in a boss fight where the healer and DPS died. Oh no. I always feel so bad when I die and I just have to watch everybody else do the fight. That's promising. Can I get up there? Yeah, see, now we're way low. They wouldn't make it that hard to get there, though. As much as I could 100% make it up this in some way. Super not what they want. Okay. But yeah, no, we're way too low down. So it was definitely up higher. Oh, thank you, Sky. Okay, hint one. Am I at least in, like, the general right area? Kinda. It's not lower than this. Okay. I didn't think there was any way it could be lower than this. Okay, that does make me think that it's higher than this somehow. question is how much higher? Because for most of this path, you can't even see. Nope. Oh! That's a good thing I didn't stay there. Okay, nope. That has a super solid wall. There's one other lad's in here. You're new. This was a lad-free zone before. Yeah, I guess I did remove another lad. Okay, we are back here. Which means what for us? Ish. Okay. No, fucking let me up there. my god, thank you. Hi! Ta-da! Yay! Give! Rock heart. What for rock heart? Rock heart thingy? Put that fucker back on? Is it just a dragon heart? To use at the temple thing? Is that all? Not for temple. Oh, for do thing of... For do thing that you keep wanting me to do, huh? I hit a dead end. Can I not get... Clearly there was, it seems, an easier way to get down here. One of the heart buffs Dragon Lightning and one does Dragon Breath. Ooh. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't think I'm making it around up there any more than what I saw there. But yeah, clearly there was an easier way to get down here. I passed the normal route doing shenanigan jumps. Well, fine. Okay, if I were a land bridge, where would I land bridge? Okay. Well, this land bridge isn't bridgy enough. So not here. It looks like a very specific kind of land bridge, so I'm just kind of like, where the fuck? It's not that bridge. No, not that bridge. None of the rest of these are like land bridges, though. They're all like regular bridges. And this is the only one that has enough, like, shit on top of it. I feel like giant land bridge should be more obvious to me than this. And yet... it's not. Yeah, see, no, these are rope bridges. That's not the same thing as land bridge. Or is it? It fucking better not be! not enough torches and shit along this. I feel like I should have a better idea of where this is than I do. It feels like such an obvious landmark. And yet, for the life of me... See, that's not a land bridge. For the life of me, I cannot land bridge this land bridge. You're also a regular bridge. I'm getting the feeling that if I can see it on the map, it's not the right bridge. Now, where on the map can I not see a bridge? There's just... Most torches only work at night. Well, fuck. Version. Yeah, but for the most part, I haven't even found something that's, like, the right shape. That's such a specific shape. I mean, I guess it could be a regular bridge. It's just the way it's silhouetted. Okay, but it clearly doesn't have supports under it in the picture, at the very least. Okay, this was not a super helpful. Okay, yeah, see, that one has supports too. Oh, this is in the hole. In the hole's not particularly helpful either. I don't think that's... I haven't figured out how to get here either. I need to do that at some point. What that land bridge do, chat? Alright, give me a top half, bottom half here. Because I am struggle bussin'. Middle half. Okay. So it's somewhere in this, like, main thoroughfare here. Which way is outside here? Middle. You know, I still never fought that dragon. Now that I think about it. Said, nah, fuck that, this dragon sucks. Okay, wait a sec. Kinda land bridgey. I suppose there could be torches on this. It's awfully small looking, though. I feel like what we're looking for is longer than that. Also, it is nighttime and it's not lit up, so I could be too far away to render it, though. I did have to absolutely crunch the settings on this game because the DLC is rough. Although it's not nearly as crunchy as on the laptop, so maybe not so much. I don't know. Is it land bridge or a bridge bridge? If it's a bridge bridge, it's the only bridge in the game with no leg support. And it's shaped fucking stupidly if it's a bridge. This fight's always so productive. Great for eating. one time you got them to get the dragon broken. I would love for that to happen because I hate fighting this one. I don't know why I struggle with it more than all of the other ones, but... I don't see any bridges from here. It's not that one. That one has legs. Whoops, he got too far away. There we go. Much better. At some point, he's just gonna launch himself up here and I'm gonna be in danger. It's fine. Uh-oh, he's getting close. Don't mind me just checking all my notifications. There's just so many lads to fight if you try to do this one. Oh my god, how are they still alive? How do they do so little damage to each other? Just, oh my god. That one has to have died, right? Yes, okay, that's one down. Did that one go down too? Oh, I think that one might have also gone down. Yeah, I want to know what, like, the scaling is that enemies do so little damage to each other. Like, it has to be coded in a certain way to stop them from... Because, like... Do they really expect us to be able to fight this dragon with all of those enemies? You get wrecked. Pandora, this is not a good time, don't you dare. Wow, she stopped herself. Crazy. This last archer is just going ham. You missed! Stop missing! Did it die? Cool. it! No! Ooh, jeez. Oh my god. Yay! No more Dwagen. Okay. Ooh, have I ever been up here? Certainly not if there's a thing that I haven't done. Question is, where? Cool. Perish. Bam. Yes, I do. And yes, I know technically I could just use the fucking shackle because distance and bullshit and shenanigans. But it's fine. I don't like birds. Birds are painful. Ah. Oh my god, there's so many! Oh. Hello. Message from Leda. Damn, so I could have found her up here at some point, most likely. I abandoned here my eye. Just one? Just one. Okay, Okay, message left by Needle Knight Leda addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Mikla's trail. Dane passed on a message. The sealing tree is in the ancient ruins of Rao. It lies beyond the high bridge leading from the first floor of the storehouse. I'll join you there once I have finished the task at hand. Oh. Well, about that. You're certainly not there anymore. Because I definitely did a thing already. Whoops! Oh, this area is like super not relevant anymore. Uh-oh. Saved it. There's nothing else up here, is there? No, not this view. That won't work. Okay. I'm really trying to like look around from up here to see if I can just like lay eyes on what could possibly be what I'm looking for. You guys said middle though, that's too far up. That's way too far up. Are you bridge-shaped? Not really. Okay. I don't know if I've ever been down there. It's certainly rainy enough here to be. Whoops. Sorry, Torrent. Okay. Those aren't really bridges, they're just scaffolding. This bridge doesn't even light up as much as I thought it did. Really struggling with this. This whole weather is making it a lot harder to see things. I think I'm gonna need a second hint of some kind. Cause, oh boy, I don't fucking know. The first bridge is the right one? Really? That's stupid. No, it's not. This is the right bridge. I hate that. Near the Ailing village. Fucking know where that's at. Wrong name. Okay. Oh, that one? Not what the fucking picture looks like. The picture looks nothing like this bridge. I hate that so much. That's the second hint, is that it looks nothing like the fucking picture. How have I never gotten this? Well, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. Yeah, what? It's near this. It needs that stupid structure in the picture. Can't just not have it in sight, though. So confused. You guys suck. The first bridge was not the right fucking bridge. It's this fucker. Oh, jeez. You guys don't suck. I'm just bitter. There. There's your fucking picture. Okay, we got nothing that we needed out of that. It's fine. Hooray! Not even sure which painting it was. Oh. Yeah, it was this stupid painting. That's why I was saying land bridge. Land bridge. Oh, jeez. Okay. Back to suffering, though. No, some bridges are on water, actually. Totally different. No, didn't I leave? I left a marker. Yeah, I've never done this fucking thing. Hold on. Something something cave something. Who's throwing skulls at me? Who threw that? Rude. Okay, I was told that it's a cave to get over there. I just don't actually know where said cave is. Shadow Man. Shadow Man bad. No cave. Don't mind me, I'm just getting shot at. You're messing around looking for it and you stumbled into it. Heck. Also another thing I need to check, 'cause I don't remember when I'm supposed to check a certain location, and I don't want to forget to check it. Oh. Rude. Works. I don't think it was with this because there wasn't a whole lot to check here. Oh, I hate these things, I hate these things, I hate these things. Eh. It's fine. What the heck? Where cave? I feel like I've looked in all of the reasonable spots for this cave to be in. So where are the unreasonable spots? Up. fuck are this person talking about? People are weird. Brave. How dare you? How dare you? Oh. I was hoping that somewhere along the coast there would be a message stating where the... where the cave is. Oh. Hey, look, where the cave is. Oh, jeez. It's very dark in here. The message is where the cave is. Yeah, well. I don't like that these crabs have glowing eyes. That's unsettling. There's a giant crab in this room. Lobster, my bad. Long crab. It is truly a long crab. They're very similar. It's fine. Uh-oh. Ow. Tiny beach. I was very worried there would be a shadow man up here. Ooh, perfumed oil of Rana. Cool. Are you a weapon or a charm? I can't tell them apart anymore. Okay. Neither. Oh, interesting. Aha. Spout flames. Interesting. Just a random reusable thingamathang. Oh. I don't love that building there. That building means I actually have to try. Okay. I don't think they're gonna put anything else of note next to this, so... Is there no sign of Grace here? Just the stake. That sucks. Okay. I don't believe you. Alright, I don't want to read anything else because spoilies. Whoops! Fire! Remember that random item? You right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Woohoo! Stop bullying? Never. Ooh! Pretty. Dancing blade of Rana, dancer's hood, dress, bracer, and trousers. Very nice. We could be so pretty. Okay, so that was those things now. Is there anything else on this island that I'm missing that I need to grab? Or am I good to yeet myself out of here? Nope, okay. Did want to check here. That was supposed to be challenging. I don't remember when I'm supposed to come back here, but... Didn't I kill you?
You. I was no good to anyone. Beginning to end. Weak as a kitten, and thick as two planks.
Uh-huh.
I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way.
Or get up and do a better fucking job.
Tell me, please, assuming you spoke the truth back then. What did Centrina tell you?
There you go.
You are a wretched, wretched soul.
You fucking asked.
A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing could possibly be. Could it? Centrina, please let me hear your voice in my everlasting slumber.
They bugged on your run? They weren't there after you beat them? I don't think they were initially here after I beat them. I think there was things that had to be done first before this.
Centrina,
But I could be
let me
wrong.
hear your voice in my everlasting slumber.
I need to pull up what I had again, though, so I can make sure that this is something I'm supposed to be doing now or if it's later. Hey, Mom! Okay, questline. Sauce. Okay, no, not yet. come back here later. Dad! Thank you for the resub, 49 months. Chat! That's 20! Big wheel! Big wheel, big wheel. Also, hi, Peace. Okay, let me get everything on the big wheel. Alright, it's big wheel time. Big wheel. Big wheel! Oh, is it stopping? Is it gonna stop? It's another cooking stream! Alright, I owe chat another cooking stream. I will have to figure out what it is that we are a-cookin'. Mom, we're cooking again! Ooh, that could be fun. That's a different kind of cooking stream. So it's not food chat, but would you like to hang out while Mom and I make bath bombs? That could be fun. It's kind of cooking. Also, I'll go ahead and also give you guys a small wheel as well, since that's also technically 5. Would be interesting to see. There will not most likely, God, I hope there would not be explosions. Okay. Everything else here is good. Peace, I'd appreciate if you didn't put other people's streams in my chat. Here's your small wheel chat. Okay. That was the vinegar almonds. Let me get that for ya. Why did your phone do that? I don't know. I don't know what your phone did. Okay. Mean girl. You're hoping you would avoid that? Well, it's fine. Ah! Too many! Too many! It messed up your message? All of your messages look fine to me, unless there's just one missing. Okay, here we go. Mean gore. Oh. The vinegar ones are only bad if I've had the spicy ones first. Okay. Okay, there are our shenanigans there for the subs that came in. Bean Boozled when? No. I'm good. No, thank you. Taste of vinegar doesn't taste as good as it sounds. I like salt and vinegar things for the most part. The only times these ones have ever been a problem, though, is when I'd already, like, scorched my taste buds. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back to here, though. It's not time for any of the extra stuff yet. Okay, back to Eternal Suffering. See if we can manage to get to the top of those stairs this time. Oh, sir. Get back here. Get back here. There we go. Bam. Both of those dealt with. Okay. This is where it gets not great. Dude up here is super difficult to fight. Yeah. Yeah, very strong foe. Oh, ow, ow. Oh, shit. Crap. Uh-oh. Oh, damn it. This dude sucks. Getting heckin' bamboozled. You just ran past him? Well, I suppose that's an option. It's hard enough to deal with everything in that area. I can't imagine having him following behind me. Uh-oh. Oh, come on now. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just try to run past the guy. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Open the door! Oh, God. Oh my God, it's fine.
Oh no! Open the door!
Yeah, pretty
Open
much.
the door!
Oh, jeez. Oh boy, okay. I have nope. Okay, we're fine. Now go back and fight him? I'm good. No, thank you. I am perfectly happy not. Oh, I should read what this says, though. Abandon here all of my fears. Dude left behind everything. Aye. That feels better. Praise revenge, exactly. Okay, there's a whole lot of rooftop stuff I could do. Hold on. Oh, no, rooftop stuff's the only option. Never mind! Unholding on. Back out we go. Oh, a bird. I was like, why is there death here? Haha! Bird. Ow, 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 fuck, ow, fuck. Stab! There! Okay. How? Ah, there's a slope that leads up there. I was like, how do I get on top of that roof section? Smithing stone. Stab! I could jump. Do I want to? That's the question. Smack! 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 Okay. Or up. What about down? don't like when they start giving you a lot of things. That becomes very scary. Shit. Fuck. Don't just stand there. I'm going to not to. Okay. Down. Eat. Okay. Have I made a grave mistake? Oh, that is too many items in there. Okay, Horned Warrior Ashes. Two very specific kinds of boluses, and I don't like that. Okay. I am also waiting for the ambush. Shit! Fuck! Oh, this one's cold! This is the rest of the room we were in earlier. Okay. I don't know why the elevator came with us. That was weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess no ambush. Yet. Oh. Where am I? No, thank you! Never mind, never mind, never mind. I don't want to be here. No! No, I don't like those. No! Okay, I need to get that. Okay. I'm ready this time. Oh, fuck. Okay, that requires an actual jump. Yeah. There we go. Bird. Okay. I'm so afraid. Oh. Okay. I don't like these guys down here. Is it? Uh-oh. Fuck. All my attacks are too slow! I hate everything. These guys suck. Dude was just spinning though. Okay. Got a little bit of running to do here. Out the window. Yeah. Every time. I will never not. Bad bird. Jesus, stop, stop. Oh my god. Oh, my bird. Okay. This path was a lot better for getting around the one dude. At least it seemed like initially. I might be mistaken this time, but we'll see. Like, dude's a little close. Nope. Zoom. Okay. Is the item down here worth it? Might be Grius if you go up first. Yeah, I was hoping as much. It looked like I was getting to an awfully dangerous area. I don't see... It looks bad. It's all bad, chat. Okay. I have a plan. It's not a good plan, but it's a plan. Shit, fuck. Plan, run! I think it was a good plan. Bye. Whew. Okay. Who's ready for Plan Part 2 Electric Boogaloo? I don't love that I can summon here. Why can I summon here? Oh, maybe I should fight this one. Fuck, it's already seen me! Fucking do that. Well, that went well. Very helpful of you, Mimic. You did literally anything. Oh, jeez. Yeah, they each used a different storm that the lion dance used. Okay. Well, we used a little bit less this time. Okay, same as before. This was, I think, a better way to get around him because it gives us a much straighter shot at the pathway up. We might have to wait a little longer for him to move up here, but I think that's worth it in the long run. I guess I don't have to wait for him to move, it just puts him awfully close to me. They could just run behind him while he's standing over there. Yeah, I'm definitely also surprised at the lack of grace sight here. Yeah, they're few and far between with this setup. There's gotta be one just on the other side there I could just run past. Like, if there's not one up here, I'm gonna be so shocked. Yeah. Understandable. Okay. There we go. Another fragment. This feels awfully specific. Oh. Is that the one? Wait, is that? Oh, I don't love that it's a non-aggression zone. Not when it's that big and open.
It was never kindly Mikula, was it? The ErdTree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with?
Because it was cool.
It must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the ErdTree, desired all along.
Let's just back up.
The clashing of the favored laws, such that one will prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Oh, goodbye. There's an awful lot of blood in this room. Oh. Wait, you're... Theolier. Cooperator will not arrive until the time is right. Or this dude. It feels more appropriate to the story to summon this dude, but I'm 100% summoning this little shit. Leda and her allies. I summoned both of them? Oh, that's huge. So who's gonna be on her side? She might have the horn scent? If she does, I'm gonna be kind of like, ooh, you've gotta be kidding me. I should have done the thing where we ended him, but...
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's letter, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies
Dane.
will never
Oh.
allow this. I am the Red Mane.
Freya.
The time has come. This is our moment.
Or...
Let's make it something to remember.
Damn, really? Oh, shit, more. What the fuck, my dude?
I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire.
Oh, there's my ally. Thank God.
My lord and master Moog.
Yeah, I knew you were on Moog's side and not Mikula's. Which is weird, because they like are on a similar side, but like clearly not. Fucking Scarlet Rot me. Don't you dare! Oh, you fucking piece of... Shit, shit, fuck, shit! I didn't know you were here yet! Fuck! Okay, I was gonna say, if y'all fucking didn't, I was gonna. Where's Dane? Whoops, there you are! Damn, so close. This is such a cool fight.
Make the world.
Blade of sword. That's so cool, though. I loved that. You just killed your Silksong chef by killing the Needle Knight. Oh my god, could you fucking imagine? I'd be so mad. That was really cool. Oh, I'm so sad about this, though. More, no. You could have been better. There's Freya's stuff. Freya died pretty quick. I forgot that she existed. Dane's footwork. Interesting. Because, yeah, we already got stuff from Dane earlier. He taught us how to do the thing. Hello. Light as armor. I'm kind of sad that we can't talk to any of them after the fact here. Ooh, it's a non-aggression zone again. It's definitely coming to a close. Ah, hello. We were this close to Silk Song. Fucking if only, man. Hey, dude.
Righteous tarnished. That was an astounding battle, to be sure.
I liked that one.
Now I suppose this leaves only one. But in truth, I cannot calm my quivering. Challenging a god is no small matter.
God whose great room's fucked up. Ooh.
I'm afraid I underestimated the lad. Appearing frail in both body and mind, I presumed he'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Setiolier performed magnificently. Perhaps he too quivers with anticipation, as do we.
Alright.
Oh. Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry.
A little bit.
It was you, wasn't it? Who defeated Lord Moog.
A little bit.
Fear not. I bear no grudge against you.
Oh, good.
His eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship.
At least you're
Besides,
chill.
what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished. We will have our victory. I swear upon my blood.
Damn, at least this guy's chill. Var was a little piece of turd.
Righteous tarnished. I swear.
Alright. Where is the Earlier? Dude just vanished. Yeah. Okay, get another level in here. So yeah, Ansbach is there. Is the Earlier not down here? Did he go back down here? This was the dude that was down here, right? It's so gloopy sounding here. Okay, yeah, he's not down here anymore. I wonder if he's gonna be up top to help me. I wonder if anyone's gonna help me in here. Someone is. Ansbach is here, and so is... They both are! Okay, cool. Can I summon both of you? I would rather have... Okay. I'd rather have Theolier because I'm more interested in this storyline. I am worried summoning them out here how much harder this is going to be with both of them. Oh no. It's fine. Oh jeez. Right.
Loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
Okay. Okay, fuck. Okay, it's him in his prime, and my allies are so far away. It's not a pleasure, that's not true. Nope, it's awful to see you. I don't want to be here. Fuck. This is a dude not fucked up by Scarlet Rot. Fuck. Okay, you didn't have to just step around my attack as if it was nothing. Shit. I didn't even see the tell for that. Oh, jeez. Shit, fuck, shit. Would you guys fight him, please? Oh my god, we've done like no fucking damage. Shit. Oh my god. I'm doing no damage. Holy cow. This is wild. Hold on. Next time. I'll change something next time. I'm curious. Boop. Welcome back from the ads. If you missed it, oh boy, we're in danger. saw him flying through the air and just couldn't cancel the attack. That's not good.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us.
Oh yeah, because you're so free of sin.
Nicola. And my promised consort, Radar.
Fuck. Holy shit! Okay, I will step aside apparently. Shh. They fucking suck. Alright. I'm curious. This version of him weak to rot? We're gonna find out. That was insane. That was absolutely wild, though. Rot Dog is severely under level, unfortunately. Oh, yep, there they are. Okay. Okay, he's actually seems to be quite weak to rot. At least that version of him. I'll watch this one more time. Is it really the same person at that point, though?
At long last you are returned.
You survived long enough to reapply it? Hell no!
Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radar.
Fucking hell, man. Alright, there went my mimic. Fuck, shit! Oh, you switched, you fucking what?
Grunts and trainers
Fucking switching back and forth between us, you piece of garbage. Shit, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this fight? Oh my god. Why are the summons outside? Oh my god. Vesper was so easy compared to this. Oh my god. There's no way the skeletons survive in this fight, though. I guess I could use rot pots. Oh my god, though. This is absolutely wild. Yeah, Moore's pot that he threw was absolutely busted. I was not expecting that. Need these fuckers to pull his aggro. Thank you. only gets harder every New Game Plus. That's part of the problem. I am on New Game Plus. Part of this is my fault. I just could not do it on my other character, though. My other character was not built in a way that I was comfortable. No, I am not on +3. Stop! What the fuck did they do? Oh my gosh, this fight is so difficult. It doesn't even switch over at halfway, it switches over before the halfway point. You have to do most of the fight on this part. Okay, let me... I don't know that this is doing me much good. I need... What's wrong with my finger? Rude. Okay. I need a brain. No, I need to think this through. What armor gives holy? Five. I don't super want to use heavy stuff. 5.0. Got a couple of 5s in magic gear. The jar only gave 5.1. Gives 5.3, but it's both weigh a ton. Not Ichi, no! Oh, you're gonna make me cry! Of course, Ichi gives a 5.8. All of these down here are way heavy. Okay, we can get a 5.0 in here. That's probably the best we're gonna get with the lighter weight armor. Eight. 12.6. Did I look at the helmet for the armor of the knight? That's not too heavy. 4.5 is less. Okay. Well, 13. Alright, we might just be going with the glintstone robes. As far as lightweight enough to get the job done. Gloves we can do better on. 3.5. Those are good. 7.2 on the Greaves of the Night. 7.6. 9 on the apostle trousers. 8.1 on the dry leaf stuff. Okay. Gives us a little bit more of the holy resist, because I think that's what they're using in the second half there. At least it looks like it. And it would make this make sense. It's not perfect, it's not gonna save us in the end, like, entirely, but if it's enough to make the difference, I'll look stupid, it's fine. I gotta say, I was not expecting to be fighting Radahn again. It makes a bit more sense why he was mandatory, though. Unfortunately, got spoiled by, yeah, Jack's thumbnail. I think I managed to not see that then. I saw his upload. I don't think I probably didn't process that it was Radahn in the thumbnail.
Lord brother.
The seal I have on should still be helping.
At long last you are returned.
Shit, fuck. Goodbye, Theolier. Oh, shit, Jesus! Yeah, I know I take more damage with it on. Oh my god. I very rarely take this off. But yeah, I mean, I guess I could just put on something tankier. Already medium. Oh no, I'm not. I'm light right now. Fuck. Anything I put on makes me medium. Damn! I'm so close to light rolling. That's unfortunate. What am I wearing that's... Oh, I guess this weighs quite a bit. I don't know that there are options that weigh quite a bit less. Not that necessarily give... Does it give enough? It does. I could be light rolling. That might... You think physical damage would be the best, or... Alright, now we look really silly. Yep. Come on. Come on. Come here. This looks good since you don't have armor on. I mean, I kind of have armor on. Not particularly, though. Woo! Hi! You just sent me sideways. Alright, that was interesting. Wasn't prepared to be over here. Too far away. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Uh-oh. Healer, you died a lot sooner this time, my guy. Damn. Ugh. Oh, we're starting here, huh? Fuck. Ow. There goes the mimic. Hansbach, the only one holding his fucking own. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck! Well,
I promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
I don't want that. What did that do? Shit. I don't think this matters. Whatever that is lasts a long time, and I'm worried it has to do with me hurting him, it hurting me. Weird. 'Cause normally if you get caught in whatever their thing is, we get absolutely destroyed. Whatever that was a delayed something. I should have tried to figure out what it was instead of just running around hoping it would go away. But yeah, I don't love that whatever it was not immediate.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Damn. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna regret this. Oh. I was like, what's happening? Oh, the stupid bullshit again. Fuck. I didn't expect him to turn around on me there. Uh-oh. God damn it.
I was really hoping that I could save my Mimic. I just haven't had the health potions left over enough. This is awful. I was really hoping that the Holy would do more than it has been. Really just haven't gotten far enough for it to matter. Can y'all not rush to stand next to me, please, actually? You do that. Fuck you, God. Shit. Sucks. I know we're like so close to the end. To just have a fight that we're literally not making progress on is just awful. Let me limit what Mimic can use as well. That way it's not wasting anything on... This is a rough one for sure. Why did you die like that? What benefit did you see in that? Alright. Good night, Mom. That's... I didn't want to use that again. Oh well. I fucking knew it. Part of me wonders if I should take a healing incantation and heal the NPCs. Why would you fucking start here? Fuck. That's all I get. Put him down. Thank you. Did you pick another one up? Oh my god, put Theolia down! Okay, Theolia died when they got picked up the second time. This fight sucks. Oh. I'm so worried that if I stop now, that by the time we do another Elden Ring stream, I will be so out of practice. Oh, because the next one, at this point, the next Elden Ring stream wouldn't be until Monday at best. Fight not hard enough, let's add an insta-death mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him get grabbed the second time. He kneeled down, praised their bullshit, and then died. Ugh. Didn't need to use that a second time. Get out of here with that shit. funny when it just launches me away from him instead. Your bullshit. It's me. Yeah. I can't deal with. Just don't know what I need to do. I feel like this isn't helping. It should be the only thing helping. Why aren't you helping? I'm sure it's helping more than it feels like it's helping. I need to go do this. I need to level this up. Okay, broken as shit.
Now, those of a challenge fine and well.
Didn't need nearly as much as I thought I did. Okay. Since it's the only thing I'm using, like, I might as well, right? Okay. That's not the right room. This one. There we go. Okay, let's try it with that on and see if it makes any difference. sometimes I wonder if it's even worth it bringing these guys in here, or if it's just making it that much worse for me. I don't know why Thiele is suddenly not lasting long enough. He's not hardly making it to the second part yet. I might switch my armor back after this one, we'll see. Past you. Shit. Shit. Really? Y'all having a nice time over there? That's all I've got. Lasted a little longer that time. Okay, let's give it one more go here, chat, and then we'll probably wrap up for the night. Kind of want to change this out. Could make the flasks do more. Gonna do one of these three. Part of me wants to be able to just stand there and heal a little bit. Yeah, this is a pretty rough fight, though, for sure. Thank you, Wolf, for the posture check. To hydrate with the last of my water. Okay. Can't do the great rooms in here. Some giant pots at him. Nope, don't put that on. Well, fine. Now we're a tree. Alright. Let's fucking do this. Go, tree, go.
I'm in danger!
I certainly am. Oh man, the crossing of the beams there was great. Just want to be sure that this... you. Yeet! I don't think that hardly did anything, but it felt nice. Damn, chat. Absolutely ridiculous fight. That's just the wildest. I do want to, before we end, I want to try it one time without the summons and see if that feels any different. Just gonna give myself a shit ton more health. By a shit ton, I mean not that much more really, but you know. I just want to see what feels different about it. That part felt easier, but the Mimic certainly was dying quicker as well. Mostly because it was the only one to take aggro. Honestly, getting to the same spot without the summons, I think I'm gonna be better off without them. Oh, damn. I really wanted them in there too. I might only summon one when we play next time, chat, and see what that feels like. Oh, but for now, we did hit like a 7-hour stream there, so not bad, not bad. This is rough. I hope I don't have to spend the entire next stream on just this fight alone, but at the same time, I don't know how much is left after that, so we'll find out. In the meantime, though, chat, let's see if there's anybody online that we can get ready to send y'all over to in a raid. Thank you guys for hanging out as well. Always appreciate it. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, they're up late. We haven't sent you guys over to... Oh no, they're ending. Shit. Oh, now I'm sad. I was gonna send you guys over to Dan, but they're ending just now. Oh, here we go. Let's send you guys over to Zephyr. We haven't gotten to rate them in a hot minute either. They're doing some community Gmod shenanigans, it looks like. Alright, chat. So, reminder, tomorrow is my day off for doing other things and stuffs and whatnots. We'll be back Friday, where we will most likely be doing, First Descendant. That's the plan for that. In the meantime, you guys know, the deal with raids. Be nice. Follow, Zephyr's rules. Most importantly, have fun. Hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. Have a wonderful Thursday tomorrow, and I hope to see you all next time on Friday. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.